auditorium. Everyone heading back from their break. It's getting busier and busier. This is Van Acker, the 19-year-old. And against him, the man who is just 21 years of age. Only been in the national team for 3 years. That's Samuel von Einen.
Ravi Matos, one of our two umpires here. He's from Brazil, and Yannick Varengo of France. Handshakes all round. Let's hope it's played in the best of spirits.
Yep. A toss to come to decide who serves and which end they play from, and then a couple of minutes to warm up, and then we get underway in this gold medal match. Green and gold of Australia. I haven't seen that too often around this table tennis arena, but a chance for a precious gold for the Australian team. And
well, the reason that Sam took up the sport is interesting in itself. He was a very big tennis fan initially, but when the family moved to Abu Dhabi in the Arab Emirates, it was a little bit hot to play a lot of outdoor sport. And the family bought a table tennis table tennis table, and Sam never looked back.
No, it can get a little bit on the warm side outside. Having lived in the Emirates myself, sometimes it's best just to take cover in the aircon. But well, a bit of serendipity. It suited him. It has been a vehicle to perhaps experiences he may never have thought would have ever happened. How about being in a Paralympic Games gold medal final? Amazing stuff, really. Van Acker, well, he says he loves table tennis because it's fast, technical and fun, and I think that's probably a really good way of describing it.
It does require pretty decent levels of fitness as well, and eye coordination, everything.
Fairly smooth route through to the final for the world's #1, and he plays for the Gulagem club in Belgium. Bit more of a struggle for the #6 ranked player in the world. A couple of 5-setters. The group stage, not too difficult, but well, perhaps battle hardened now and ready to go toe-to-toe, although in the meetings with the Belgian player, it's not always gone so well for him.
No, 4-0 against you is a bit of an intimidating record. You do well not to think about those things when you get to the next match. With every loss, you're closer to your first win, aren't you?
Well, and also, you know, unlike well, that's a good way to put it, but unlike the bronze medal matches, you know, whatever happens, you have a medal. You've gone and made your mark, so you might have the attitude of, let's just go and all out and see what happens. You might surprise yourself. Not the favourite, but you get this far in a competition, you've got to be taken notice of.
So they're quite different builds, these men. With Sam van Einem, a little taller, perhaps longer reach. Florian Van Acker, quite strongly built. And absolutely at the top of his game.
And you wonder whether he's going to be a sort of stand and deliver guy who just stands and tries to make Van Einem do all the work. Ravi Matos of Brazil is our chair umpire. This is the Class 11 men's singles gold medal match here at Rio 2016. Better from the Australian. A lot of spin on that forehand. Too much on that backhand, couldn't bring it back down with the topspin. Took the net, went long, and we're talking about him being an underdog, but he's 4-1 up in this first game. This time it's the Australian who can't find the edge of the table. Oh, a bit of top of the net, taking it wide. Back into the game. 1-4 down, back to level par here. 4 apiece.
Game being played at a good clip. Both the players getting nerves out of the way.
Just long.
It's great defending from Van Acker, but Sam Einham's standing right up to the table, eventually able to settle the issue.
Danger is you try to overplay that and smash it long with it on the table. After all that, misses his serve. And he was 3 behind, getting to the lead. Tried to attack back with the forehand topspin and couldn't connect. A glancing blow at best.
Oh, a little bit unlucky again, dominating the rally.
Well, that's what Van Acker, he obviously has a bit of a defensive play about him. Sits back, happy to keep bringing the ball back, looking for the mistake from his opponent. And he has a 2-point lead.
He's a most effective counterpuncher, Van Acker, and really had Van Arnhem in trouble there with the ball dipping below table height.
Yeah, the topspin wasn't probably the shot, but he pulls the shot back there. Van Arnhem, a very aggressive player, likes to get that forehand going. Oh, just tried a little bit too hard. That was a pretty decent shot from Van Acker. And Van Arnhem perhaps would have been better placed just to get it back over the net. Saves one of those 3 game points. Oh, it's long. That was a poor shot from the Australian. And although he showed what he can do, it was the Royal #1 who eases himself into a 1-0 lead in this last 11 contest, the gold medal match.
Van Arnhem just trying to take the pace off that last shot, but really deceived by Van Acker. And there we have it. First game to the Belgian, who's from Langemark in West Flanders.
That's right. Flemish, not French, being spoken. Australian camp very calm. The coach didn't play that badly, I don't think. Tommy Van Arnhem had a 4-1 lead at one point, but couldn't make a kick count.
Yes, Australian table tennis coach Alois Rosario.
Again, attacking intent from Van Eynen. You just wonder whether it's the way he plays. He likes to get a lot of topspin, bring Brack over. Oh, almost. That would have been a great ripping backhand if it had landed on the table from Van Acker. Oh, what a great rally. Nice work from Florian Van Acker in the end. Just watch the amount of spin he puts on that, and it just dips on Van Eynen.
You're trying to brush up behind the table tennis ball. You really present so little of the surface to the ball that missing it completely is really quite easy to do.
Great attacking table tennis from Florian Van Acker, the teenager, looking good here.
Yeah, he got a little piece of the net that deceived Van Eynen. Any change to the pace and trajectory in such a quick game.
Couldn't get the top spin working. 5-3 in favour of Van Acker. Long there though. Oh, well, didn't read that at all. Kicked off the bat. 5 apiece. It's just gone wide.
The defensive work of Florian Van Acker is as impressive as the attack from Van Eynen. What a great rally. And draws applause from Rosario for his charge. He's having to work ever so hard to just get 1 point from Van Acker, who still feels like he's in control of the match.
That's better. But he does try everything, doesn't he? He likes to attack, likes to smack the ball around. He tried to dink it a couple of times to bring his opponent in towards the table.
Oh, bad luck. Van Eynen, he's got his nose in front here. If he can just take one game from the world number 1, perhaps it'll open things up.
Lovely. Open up the body. Forehand. Good rotation. Watch this shot. Textbook. Not on the edge, but close enough to give Van Acker no chance.
Again, clip the top of the net, and Van Eynen throws a hand towards the net. What can you do about that? Not much. Nobody's fault. And again, oh, Van Acker should give the net a kiss if he wins this game.
And he's got the serve. 8-8 in the second game.
And Van Eynen finally draws a miss-hit from Van Acker. You see Van Acker's trying to keep Van Eynen on his backhand, as the hard swinging forehand is a very effective weapon.
2 game points then for the Australian. Oh dear, gone long.
2 game points saved. Van Acker with a bit of help really from Van Eynen.
Oh, nicely done. There's that forehand. And enough angle on it to ace it past his Belgian counterpart.
He hits hard and he hits early.
Straight at the body. Try to play the backhand. Couldn't get there in time. Third game point saved.
Well, it's come off the edge from Van Acker. And another game point opportunity. Van Arnhem. Can he take one? That's not going to do it.
Oh, well, we've seen it before. The amount of spin imparted on that shot. Just falling Van Arnhem, and a first game point in this second game for the Belgian. And it's gone long. 7 minutes in this game already. First to a clear 2 points, of course. Oh, yes.
You just feel that if the Australian drops this second game, there'll be no coming back from there against the world #1. But so this game is vital. And Van Acker with another chance to take it. They both had their opportunities.
Oh, no, long.
It becomes a different rally as soon as Van Arnhem can get around onto his forehand. Oh, what a point right in the corner of the table for Van Acker.
Van Arnhem just could not react in time. On we go.
An exhausting, really, second game. 32 points played. Oh, and he finally gets a bit of luck from the net. Van Arnhem probably feel he was due. And he's got game point. And takes it this time. A 34-point second game.
There's all a question of who could outlast the other, and it's the Australian who has drawn level, one apiece in this gold medal match. So just a minute or so to get through some instructions. Van Arnhem will be excited to have get this set back. He says he's a fan of EPL, AFL and ATP. That's Premier League football, Aussie rules football. And tennis, of course.
Yeah, well, his hero is Roger Federer, although both men huge fans of football. Thierry Henry, a hero for Van Acker. And Sam loves to follow Chelsea. Careful. I know what you're going to say there.
I'm saying nothing. The intensity has not dropped a notch since they started this match, and the attacking intent from both of them is just brilliant if you're a spectator. Oh, that would have been a great shot had he just managed to drop it onto the table. Had to reach an awful long way. Came round onto the forehand, the Belgian, and let rip. Just a little bit too good. Great defence, just flat battered it back. I say just, it's a great skill to be able to do.
And Van Einem jumps out to a 2-point lead. Third game, split the first two, obviously.
I'll tell you what, if you're going to get rid of this hoodoo over Van Acker, what a time to do it in the gold medal match at the Paralympics. A lot of time to go in this match yet. Oh, well, let's just say we're watching this on a wide angle because the ball is flying all over the place. And how he got that back, I don't know, but couldn't do it a second time.
When you watch during an extended rally the positions they get into and how much ground they're covering, you realise how fit and flexible the players must be.
It's going well, isn't it, for the Australian this time? He's been struggling to stay in games before, but he's ahead now. And he's pumped up as well.
Very deep reply from Van Einem, and no controlling it for Van Acker. This is quite a run that young Sam Van Einem is on.
And Van Acker not happy about something, having a conversation with both the umpires.
We've had plenty of discussion throughout the tournament about service actions of so many players. That's been the discussion point.
He's on a bit of a charge of his own now.
Yeah, it's a nice little comeback being mounted here by Florian Van Acker.
But it is the Australian who has 3 game points to go 2-1 into the lead in this gold medal match. Oh, couldn't land that one. Very quick across the table to get to the shot.
Had game points late in the second game, got the staggers and eventually won it 18-16.
Little look at the bat. Decided not to go for broke, didn't he, in that rally?
Yes, he did get a little bit defensive on the point before the one just played.
And that one probably a little bit over-aggressive. So 3 game points saved by Florian Van Acker. He gets another one. He's pumped up for this, isn't he? Problem is, he's going to have to face the serve from Van Acker. And he does have game point at the moment. That's not the easiest. Serve, of course, alternating once it gets to 10 apiece. Oh, and he's done it. He has done it. That smile of quiet satisfaction.
Reminding you, he has never beaten Van Acker, Sam van Einem, and 4 previous encounters.
Well, he'll be happy with the scoreline, the Australian. He leads by 2 games to 1. So, against the form book, it is the Australian who can wrap up the gold medal if he wins this game. But the 19-year-old Florian Van Acker, man's been playing since the age of 11, 3 years now, playing international table tennis. You wouldn't say that he'll roll over here. He's a very canny player, beyond his years, really. This man here, the Australian, we saw just now, only attended his first international event 2 years ago. That's the steep learning curve these two have been on.
Finally gets on the board in game 4. And takes 2 points off the Belgian serve. Correction, it was 1, then it was 2. 1 on his own as they get it back to 3-all after he was in trouble early.
Oh, yes.
Catches the edge of the table. That was never coming back.
Well, it's interesting, isn't it? Because in modern table tennis, generally, most players are attacking players, stay by the table. But both these are happy to sit back and soak up the pressure. And it makes it easy on the eye if you're watching. A little bit tucked up there, the Australian. And a couple of points now, the lead in this 4th game for Van Acker. Very quick to get around. He loves the forehand, always trying to get around on the forehand. Van Einem.
Well, the game's going 3 points each way. The Belgian won 3, then the Australian won 3, then and Van Acker wins another 3.
Oh, dear.
Mistake on serve. Don't see that often. Maybe only once a match.
This is going to go to a deciding game. Some great table tennis. Oh, it would have been a fabulous shot. Just whipped it on the backhand.
Just feeling this 4th game that Van Acker's tapped into a way to attack the backhand better of Sam van Einem.
5 game points then for the Belgian, who has been in much better fettle in this 4th game. Too strong. We go to a 5th game.
11-5 the 4th. Much better game offered by Florian van Acker. Man of his experience and results. Was suggested that he might do something special in the 4th, get back into the match, and here we go to a 5th. Be active, be vocal, says Alex Rosario.
It was interesting. We're seeing vary the serve. I think that's right. I think Van Acker was starting to work it out. Also, in those long, when he's away from the table, try and get back in to the table. Don't just sit back. So some interesting advice. And he's certainly being vocal there.
This is for the gold medal, class 11.
Oh, a little bit too much. Did it take?
Let.
It did. I wonder whether it hit the back of the table or not. Just sneaked on. You like that, didn't he, the Belgian? #1 in the world. Noise level is increasing around this arena as everyone comes back from their break. And they're enjoying this match.
Now he's getting really vocal himself, Van Acker, as if he heard the advice to his opponent.
Well, he loved that shot. It was an excellent winner from Van Acker.
He's getting excited. 2 ahead in the last game. And the reason to be vocal is there to make it look like, sound like, feel like you're dominating the table.
Oh, couldn't make it count. Big shot, that one. That's a lovely shot. We've seen a lot of attacking moves from way back off the table, but this is how you can win points. You can see the early little stab by the net from the Belgian. Gave him the initiative. Round we go. Last game, they change around. Halfway through.
Van Arnhem has got to string some points together. Got round onto his favoured forehand, but drives it long and asks for a timeout, I think.
Well, you would do, wouldn't you? 6-3 down in the final game. Just calm things down, break up the momentum in a couple of words. That's all it's going to be. Van Acker doesn't want anything. He's just... There, he's back to listen now. Very pumped up, very pumped up. That's how it looks. Mammoth second game. With game points flowing from one to the other and back again. steady, stay close to the table. There's that suggestion again that he doesn't want him playing halfway towards the barriers.
You know, it's good advice, but it's not always that easy to execute. If ball's coming back at you quickly and at an angle, you've got to retreat to get it.
A little acknowledgement of his good fortune with the net cord.
And a rare mistake from Van Acker, a soft point across to his opponent. Oh, now Van Acker just 3 points from the gold medal.
And that is exactly what the Australian coach was saying. At one point he hit a great shot and just almost admired it, didn't get back up onto the table, and had to suffer as a result. It's not over yet though. We know this young man can come back. You've seen it before. No, it's long.
Well, they're cranking up the intensity. The points are getting faster, more skillful. Still the Belgian knocking on the door of the win, though. Especially now.
Two, 1 down at 1 point. Came roaring back in game 4. He's looking good in game 5.
That was a must-win point for the Australian. If it had got to 10-6, it's pretty much good night. He's hanging on by his fingernails here.
Has the serve as well. Oh, and he's put it long.
Oh, what a time to make a service error. There's no good time, but that's about as bad as it gets. He hands match points to Van Acker.
Yeah, 3 gold medal points. That's one gone. Still life left in this match.
And
long.
Done it. Van Acker has done it. Sam van Einem staved off 1 match point, but it will be gold for Belgium.
What great celebrations.
And the players move around the table to thank the officials.
What a great game that was. Well, he was 2-1 down, but came storming back. You've got to feel a bit for Sam van Einem, the 21-year-old from Australia, up against somebody who was 5 places above him in the world.
Well, as a suggestion of how Van Acker perhaps still has the measure of Van Einem. Sam's 2 games that he won both went to extra points, 18-16 and 13-11. The games won by Van Acker 11-8, 11-5, 11-8. When he was on his game, he was just that little bit better than Sam van Einem. But all credit to the Aussie for taking a couple of games from the world #1. But it's gold to Belgium, silver Australia.
And they're milking the applause from their fans, and why not? That's the man who wins the gold, Belgium's Florian Van Acker.
So Peter Palos takes the bronze medal on table number 4, a 3-game-to-2 winner. And winning the gold on table number 2, and also a 3-game-to-2 winner, Florian van Acker from Belgium.
Parabéns a Peter Palos da Hungria, medalha de bronze. Parabéns também a Florian van Acker
The gold medal match then for Class 3, the women's singles. And it's an all-China affair. Shui Zhuan of Beijing, born and raised there. First Paralympics for her, up against somebody who got the gold in China and Beijing, Li Qian. It's world rank number 2 in Qian against Zhui, who is world ranked number 3. Class 3 is kind of in the middle of the classifications for the wheelchair table tennis. Class 1, those with the least amount of movement. Class 5 for those with the most ability to move with their trunk. And the bats are kept by the official once they're handed over just beforehand, just so there's no shenanigans. And then they're handed back to the athlete. Then the athletes can check each other's bat to make sure they've not done anything that they don't like. And once we get through that, we might get to the toss.
Interesting head-to-head between these two. They've met 9 times. Li has beaten Shui 8 out of 9. Shui Zhuan in the darker shirt. Li Qian nearest to us in the red.
Yeah, the Chinese very helpfully having 2 different colour strips, almost like a home and away strip, and very often it is the case, especially when you're watching the Olympics. It's China v China. They will wear different shirts just to help us and you work out who is who.
And Li is the lefty. That helps a bit too. But with the tens of millions of recreational and competitive players in China, it's no surprise that they lead the world in international results.
No, and no wonder that they can say table tennis is the second most played sport in the world, because given the billions that live in China, and they all love a game of table tennis. I'm sure, I don't know how they cook up these stats, but be assured it's a very popular sport.
Well, just as a little anecdote, where I live in Sydney, Australia, there's quite a sizable Chinese community in the area, and so what the local council did to recognise the interest in table tennis, they put a permanent table in the park. It's an all-weather table, and it gets a lot of use, and it's a great idea.
It's become very popular actually around the world. I know in the UK they do the same sort of thing as well, but I think most nations got a way to go before they catch up with the amazing results the Chinese get. Just saw the results of Li, who has played so well. Shui as well.
Note that the non-playing hand keeps a grip on the wheel to stop the chair moving unwantedly. So it's a fairly brief warm-up, really. Let's go through the routine that they're well familiar with, and then we'll be into the competition fairly smartly. Here we go then. Class 3 gold medal match. Shui Zhuan, top of the screen. Li Qian.
Li, of course, yet to drop a game in this competition. I wonder if that will continue here.
Just a little dispute about the score. Let's go get this right. One. 4-1 to Lee early.
Oh yes, getting the forehand working, Lee Qian. Gold medalist at Beijing. A couple of team golds as well. Oh, great point. Great stretching from Shui. Her first Paralympics, and her first final. First medal already guaranteed.
Good serve into the body of Lee.
So much energy in that serve from Shui Xuan. Lee looks the more inscrutable, doesn't she? Not giving much away. And that's another great bit of work from Shui. Very fast, flat serve from Lee.
Ends a run of 4 points for Shui.
Just too wide. Nicely placed by Lee. Shui trying to cramp up Lee with a shot to the body. Didn't work.
And Lee dumps one into the net. Shui back to 7-all.
That fast serve is a real handful. If you've got a little bit of limited movement, or it takes a while, really got to anticipate it. Yeah, all parts of the net being used. It's fascinating to see. There's the stretch from Lee. Had to make it, did, but it set up the point for Shui.
There's a lot of eye-to-eye contact here. There's a body language war going on.
Yeah, well, unlike the standing athletes, of course, you sat at the table, you are really just looking across at your opponent almost all the time. 2 game points then for Lee. It seemed like she had that point won, but a good comeback from Shui. Still a chance to take an early advantage here. Oh, yes.
That's the angle. So they're going to extra points here in the first game.
It's long. It's long. Good serve again. Really flat and fast. You'll see little adjustments depending on the class. Certainly in the wheelchair version of this game. Serve being one of them.
And against the odds, Shui has taken the first game 12 points to 10, trailed early, and she's only beaten Lee 1 out of 9. Good start.
Really cracked that forehand. That's just what it means in this final. There's no coach because they're both Chinese players. The coach will be sitting in the stands and they will take their own counsel. happened in the Olympic final, the men's final. And I think that's a nice, fair way to do things, actually. They, I'm sure, would have got advice beforehand.
It doesn't take long to start an argument about whether coaching should be allowed during a contest. Some sports allow it, some don't. Of course, there's half-time in some team games where, of course, there's lots of discussion, coach and players.
Tennis, you know, it's not allowed, is it? It is. You're allowed to look up and smile at your coach, but
Davis
no more
Cup,
than that.
except for Davis Cup and Fed Cup. Yeah.
Yeah, of course. Well, certainly Shui would have been buoyed by the fact she came back, saved a couple of game points, and then took her opportunity. Another war cry from the 26-year-old, just a year younger than Lee Qian, who's in a bit of pressure here. 4 straight points, and if you add that to the game before, that's an extra, is it another 2 points? So she's on a roll. If there was a coach, there might well be a timeout at this point. Not sure whether you actually call your own timeout to talk to yourself.
Yes.
I suppose you can do, just to disrupt the momentum.
See if you listen.
And that one's long as well, straight into the lap of Shui. Wow. The form book would say this is unlikely to happen, but we're seeing it. Oh, but that's a great, great response. Look how fast that serve is, and look at the control. And the angle is everything. Away from the reach of Shui, and Shui can reach a long way from that chair. Oh, just changed her mind. Played some lovely inside-out backhands, did Shui, but in the end, Lee just coming back now. Oh,
It's just dribbled over the net for a 6-3 lead for Shui.
I'm sure Shui would say that she meant it, but I think it was just a reflex. Got her over the net.
Lee just changing up the service action a little. Give Shui something different to look at.
Oh, almost landed that forehand. Took a real part of the net and bounced over and past the edge. And this is turning into a tighter second game than we might have thought at the beginning. Lovely point from Shui, stretching Lee. Couldn't do it that time. Back to just the point advantage.
A quiet celebration of points that Lee has. Shui a bit more expressive at the table.
Pass and flat service, paying dividends for Shui, who is having the advantage here. And she has 4 game points to race into a 2-0 lead in this gold medal match. It's one long, still 3 to defend here for Lee, but she does have the serve.
That's that. Well, Shui, this would just be her second win from 10 matches against Lee. If she's can pull it off, she's 2/3 of the way there.
Getting the towels the right way around, quite important really. Anyway, Shu looks quite relaxed. Lee at the table, 2 games down already, and something of a surprise really. Remember, Shui had to save 2 game points in the first game, and since then she's been on a roll, and she can win this and take the gold. It's a long road back for Lee if she wants to be top step of the podium like she was in Beijing.
Try having a quiet chat to herself.
That's much better from Lee.
We saw the good reach of Shui Juan in that rally. Eventually won by Lee.
Good shot there of the bat. One side smooth, one side with pimples. One for imparting spin, one for blocking. She's raced away again in this 3rd game. 4 unanswered. Well, all of a sudden, well, there has been a timeout called. There you go, did wonder about that. She's on a roll, and Lee would want to just break that, if nothing else. So she'll sit, have a think. Hope that Shui will be disrupted in her form.
Not much point trying to listen into the coach's advice. There's none to be heard. It's probably being Mandarin.
It is a bit odd, but I admire the Chinese coaching staff for saying, look, you know, we favour neither of you. You go out there and battle it out amongst yourselves, and I'm sure they'll be delighted. However it ends up. (5-1) and 2 games to nothing. Shui in the driving seat here. Oh, just unable to get the angle. And it's 6-1 here. We are closing in on a win. Little respite for Lee. She takes a point, but it's 2 serves now for Shui. Couple of good forehands. Well, is there to be a comeback? Another twist in the tail of this. And it's gone long again. And it's back to just 2 points the difference. Oh, a great exchange and more good forehand work from Li Qian.
Timeout called by Shui this time. There's a little bit of a comeback underway from Li Qian, world number 2. Back to back, they faced each other. He just seems strangely out of sorts. Slightly favoured to take the gold, but trailing still by a point in the third and dropped the first two, 12-10 and 11-7. So Shui's tactic with the timeout time, take the momentum away from Li Qian, who's coming back at her. It often works. Let's see the next couple of points.
Oh, she serves a fault. Couldn't find the end of the table. And that's exactly what you don't want to do when you come back to the table, having had a big lead. Still has the advantage, of course. She's got to look at the scoreboard and tell herself, no need to panic just yet.
He's won 6 points in a row, Lee.
Oh, and another one there. Crashing forehand. It's the forehand that's been working for her in this game.
Well, Lee's turned the game on its head.
Shui with the serve, by the way. And she eventually gets a point. It's taken a while.
It was 7 in a row from Lee that got her back into this third and potentially final game. Shui
Straight at the
find what she
body.
had, yeah, straight in and too quick. Lee looked strangely uninvolved in the first couple of games.
Oh, yes. Now she makes a little bit of noise. She's been very quiet, hasn't she, last couple of points? But that's something back to her best. And long again from Lee. A little bit tucked up there on the forehand. That's better from Shui.
There's a let. No,
it's not.
It's match point.
Gold medal points. And she's done it. Oh, a big wobble in that third game. But she held on and she takes the gold medal.
An extraordinary third game where she raced out to a lead of 5 and 6 points. Then Lee won 7 in a row, hit the lead and then stopped. And that's allowed Shui Juan to pick up just her second match against Lee in 10 attempts. And it certainly matters, this being for the gold medal. And it goes to Shui Juan of Beijing.
Yeah, battle between Beijing and Nanjing, where the Youth Olympics were a couple of years ago. And it was an excellent exhibition from both of these, but Shui, having had to have salvaged a couple of game points in that first game, then went on a run of her own. And the third game, you thought perhaps Lee was just going to come back into it. She is ranked just one place above Shui in the world, gold in Beijing. But this is the woman at her first Paralympics who takes the gold medal.
Match over in 20 minutes. And 12-10, 11-7, 11-9 to Shui Juan over Li Qian.
todos, venham aqui para o parque aquático.
So the medal ceremony for the Class 11 men's singles table tennis event. Cracking old gold medal match. Our medal presenters are here and ready. We'll be shortly in action. But, the focus really is on the athletes. Bronze medal then for Peter Palos. Beat Kim Gi-tae 3-2 in a bit of an epic.
The assistant there just reassuring him, it's the medal you present. Tom, the mascot,
Comes later.
comes now, yeah.
Yeah, lovely guy, Peter Palos. And he's had a good tournament, and it has ended up with the bronze medal. Hungarian Peter Palos then takes bronze in Class 11.
Silver medalist representing Australia. Medalha de prata representando a Austrália.
Sam von Einem, South Australia, really made Van Acker work very hard for the victory. He took the third and fourth games from him, beg your pardon, the second and third, 18-16, 13-11. Really hard-fought games, and he saw his way through those. That's promising for the future against a man he's not yet beaten in 5 attempts. But he came close.
Silver for Samuel von Einem of Australia. There's a big group of Belgian fans in this arena, and they are making as much noise as they possibly can for the gold medal winner. 19 years of age, began table tennis at the age of 11, made his debut for the country at 2013. Says it's fast, technical and fun. He loves table tennis. He says his influence is William, his friend, and I hope that he's watching this, because your friend Florian Van Acker has the gold medal in this Class 11 event.
Ladies and gentlemen, the anthem of Belgium. Senhoras e senhores, o hino da Bélgica. Ladies and gentlemen, the Paralympic medalist. Senhoras e senhores.
Confirmation of how it's finished. Peter Palos of Hungary with the bronze, Australia's Samuel von Einem with the silver, and the gold medal goes to Belgium and Florian Van Acker.
That was a 5-game thriller, really, and Van Acker prevailing. He really got intense towards the end as the finish line came into view. He got a good run for his money. I'm sure they'll run into each other many more times.
They're just going to have to be gently shepherded towards the flags where the photographs will be taken. Little push from Palace. They all know each other, of course, on the circuit. A nice little smile from the bronze medalist. And there are a lot of Belgium fans in here, and they have taken great pleasure in seeing what is a 19-year-old take this gold medal.
You've probably picked up that the different mascots have different coloured hair to reflect the colour of the medal won by the athlete. So a bit of stage managing for the photo opportunities. He's putting the rabbit ears behind Van Acker there for a moment. Now he's behaving himself, Palos. Medal presentations and finals in this session. We're looking forward to all of that. It's all done for these boys for the moment.
can last a while. It was a 3-2 winner. It went all the way to that 5th game in both of our tables. The next 2 matches were 3-0 winners, so they won in the quickest amount of time possible. But again, if you're unfamiliar with Paralympic table tennis, each game is the first 1 to 11. You must win by 2 points. First 3-game winner will be determined our winner of that particular match. One thing though, we as announcers do not talk while games are playing, but we do encourage the fans to cheer throughout the match's entirety. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Rio 2016 Paralympic athletes.
Senhoras e senhores, por favor, deem as boas-vindas às atletas paralímpicas da Rio 2016.
Gold medal then. It's the match for class 5. These are the 2 athletes again, an all Chinese affair. This is Zhang Bian, world number 1, 30 years of age. Gu Gai from Suzhou. 2 very, very good athletes, the best 2 by ranking in the world, overseen by our Italian umpire. Zhang with 3 gold medals at the Paralympics, 2 team, and the singles last time out. Gu with the silver at London, the silver in Beijing, and as you might expect for China, 3 team golds.
Yes, that's a not unexpected result, such as the depth.
And once again, no coach in their corner, because the coach obviously not wanting to favour one over the other. So they will call their own timeouts. They will contemplate themselves in the corner in between games. They did this in the Olympics in the men's final as well. So it's a well-known protocol.
Zhang with her own particular drink that she's prepared for competition day. The players will be into the warm-up. You know, these players have met a lot, 22 times, and they are 11 apiece. They're number 1 and 2 in the world. You'd expect that number 2 would occasionally beat number 1. So it is. But 11-11 out of 22.
It's an amazing and a frequent rivalry between these two. Gu in the purple shirt, Zhang Bian in the black. This is Zhang. Fairly easy route through, just Lunderbach causing her any problems, and you lose just the 1 game in the process. As we say, the London gold medalist, world champion as well at the moment, held in Beijing a couple of years ago. Gu Gai, silver in London, silver in Beijing. Another fairly simple route through. An amazing backstory for this woman. Found herself in having to use a chair because of polio, and she was abandoned by her parents shortly after birth because of that impairment. And she was given a place by the Home of Hope Orphanage in Zhuzhou. And I think you'll agree, has gone from strength to strength and finds herself at the top table in table tennis. 27 years of age now, the world ranked #2. And she also has been a world champion as well in 2010. So these athletes with a fairly large trophy cabinet already, and they'll both get a medal. It's just a question of who will get a gold. Gu looking to add to the silvers.
You know, when you dig deeper into the backstories of many of these athletes who are quite often born with the impairment, quite a few were placed in orphanages and then perhaps moved countries as a family adopted them. And the most prominent perhaps at these games is the great track athlete from the United States, Tatiana McFadden, who was born in Russia and was in an orphanage in St. Petersburg. An American family took Tatiana back to the States, and many years later she's turned into one of the most decorated of all.
This is the gold medal then. We're underway in the women's singles in class 5. Oh yes, nice from Zhang. Class 5, the upper class classification for the wheelchair athletes. They've got the most movement from a chair. Whereas class 1, the athletes very limited movement in a chair. Quite a different game actually in terms of tactics. In class 1 you very often see them trying the little lob with backspin, so it just goes over the net and comes back out of the reach. These guys got a lot more movement, so it's a very different kind of game.
The opening rally of the match, 25 strokes.
Well, you wonder whether this might be a long one because they're so closely matched. Oh, we just didn't quite get hold of that one. And it's Zhang who just ekes out the first lead of this competition, of this match. Gold medal at stake. Looked to whip the backhand, didn't hit it properly.
So well do they know each other, and they played each other that many times. There are no secrets about the way they play. One of these athletes would have to be off their game for this not to be a pretty even contest, I think. Time will tell us more.
I wonder if they sort of lay awake at night thinking, well, what can I do? What little thing? Incremental improvements, as they call it in the sporting world, of course, will make a difference here. Long from Zhang. Gu getting back into this first game.
It's not a particularly aggressive start from either player, nor is either of them vocal at this stage. It's a very quiet start.
There's a bit more noise from the bronze medal table at the moment. I'm sure it will change, and part of it is, of course, if you're a Chinese fan here, who are you going to cheer for? Probably respectful applause at the moment for both of them.
up the tempo a little.
Yeah, flat and hard, both of them going at it, trying to outdo the other. He's not out of this first game just yet. Went for the attacking shot. And Zhang unable to make it, and Gu, that's a good comeback.
It's a very cautious, conservative start, and a play like this, it'll come down to unforced errors. And every now and again, they'll have a little exchange like that. Short, fast, all over in 3 shots.
Yeah, the temperature of this match, if you're using a cooking analogy, it's just simmering away. We're waiting for it to come up to the boil. Nicely worked by Zhang, just manoeuvring the ball around the table, looking for the mistake from Gu. Not trying to fire a big winner. And she's a couple of points from the first game here. Now it's moving up a notch.
Yeah, more of this, please. It's a game of cat and mouse.
Very crisp and very accurate, but it brings 4 game points to Zhang. That's a shame for Gu, because it was a nice little backhand, but the forehand was a little bit awry, and in just 7 minutes we've got ourselves past the first game, and it's gone the way of Zhang Bian, the world's #1.
Yep, well, Gai just wondering what went wrong with that forehand, and as we pointed out earlier, that could just come down to unforced errors, and it was one that decided the first game. 12-6. 11-6, sorry. 11 is all you need, not 12. Unless you get to 10 all, of course. But then it won't be 12-6.
She'll save the extra winner for the next game. Anyway, here we are, second game of this Class 5 women's singles and the table tennis event here at the Rio 2016 Paralympics. Nice use of the angle from Zhang. It's quite interesting, isn't it, that they play it towards each other's body, and then Zhang normally will play the angle, and then there is the attempt to up the tempo from Gu. Oh, lovely angle again. Had to move a bit in the chair to get to the shot. Wasn't a bad little slap across the net from Gu either, but at the moment she's just being bested.
At the moment, it's got the feel of almost a practice match, you know, a training. Practice some skills. Okay, now you're going to play a game. And surprisingly restrained, both of them, considering what's at stake.
And Zhang is just starting to play the angles here. Play it very well. Ooh, just at the net.
Now, the sports psychologists tell us that everyone in sport has their own correct arousal level that best suits them for competition. Some people are really vocal and expressive and pumping the air, others quite restrained. And it seems we've got two of the latter in this final.
There's no whooping.
There's just not a lot going on that we can see. But the strength of that when you're playing someone of this nature is that you can't read how they're feeling about their own game and yours. And it's one of the great strengths of someone like Roger Federer. You can't read him. So is he upset? Is he out of sorts? Don't know. Because often his reaction to winning is the same as losing a point.
Zhang with the advantage again. Gu though with the serve. Oh, it was a wide open table for Gu. Lovely little angled shot. And she knows she should have done better there. That really was a bit undercooked. Seven, 2, and just 4 minutes gone in this game. Hits it long, and a precious point for Gu Gai. Right on the edge of the table. Very difficult to pick those up, especially if you are playing in a chair. There's not a lot of gap between you and the table, so gives you a bit of time to judge it otherwise. It's long. Point back for Gu. She's still in a bit of bother here. The other thing that makes it feel a bit like a practice match is there's no coaches in the corner shouting out, clapping, giving some encouragement.
It's so unlike any of the matches we've seen that there hasn't been one moment of audio from the players. Except the sound of bat hitting ball.
Well, another 6 game points to take it to 2 games to love for Zhang, who is bossing this match. Oh, that's a bit better from Gu.
It's one of the shots of the match.
Well, I guess she feels she's got nothing to lose now. She might as well go for it. And long from Zhang. She saves a couple. Still 4 to go, though. And she couldn't save them all.
And still, no reaction from either player as the second game is decided in Zhang's favour. And so she leads this Class 5 gold medal match. 11-6, 11-6. Best of 5.
Third game then. Gu has to win this to stay in contention for the gold medal. Oh my word. What a statement of intent that was from Zhang. Came flying back that return. Not such a good return there. A bit more speed, a bit more side spin on the serve from Gu. I think we've yet heard anyone cheering their own point. Very conservative in terms of their reactions, concentrating on the game itself. Oh, great response from Zhang, just kept getting it back into good places.
Finally, a little bit of aggression.
It's long from Gu. Zhang into the lead. Oh dear. Trying to chop it with a bit of side spin and just got it horribly wrong. That's not what you want to do when you're 2 games to love down.
Complete miss hit.
Timeout being called by Gu, just to take the momentum away from her compatriot. No coaches in the corner, of course, this being an all-Chinese affair. They're just pushing it long. Seems just to be a little bit out of sorts at the moment. For number 2. Remember, this would be a hat-trick of silvers if she doesn't manage to get past Zhang, and it's looking like she's in a real bit of bother in this 3rd game.
Got to change it up somehow. There's needs to be a change of tactics, and you can't do it too late to turn the match around. 2-5 down in the 3rd, lost the first 11-6, second 11-6. There's not a lot going on to suggest we're going to get a different outcome in the 3rd. So over to you, Gu Gai. See if you can do something.
Oh, lovely forehand at the end. Just a little bit sharper than the other exchanges. That was enough to get the point. Best rally, I'd say.
Just get the feeling that Zhang is simply working Gu Gai around. I mean, I know they're 11 all from their 22 meetings, but today Zhang looks vastly superior. Oh.
Long again, and she just doesn't seem to have the measure of Zhang. It's nothing more than a flat back. I was in 2 minds there, Zhang. Didn't know where the ball was going to end up. Almost beat herself on that point.
Yeah, it's the thing with being in 2 minds. You don't do one thing or the other, and you end up with something halfway between and give the point away.
Still in a strong position though, and she has the serve. Oh, that was a good shot from Gu.
Too much depth was perfect. Lands right on the end of the table like that. You need something special. A rare expression of disappointment from Zhang.
as much of an expression of disappointment as we're going to get from these two.
And she's 3 points from the match, Zhang.
Keeping calm. Gu with the serve needs to do something rather special here. Oh yes, well that's not bad.
It was a special cross the table shot. Keeper in it.
No, and she's done it again, yeah.
Well, maybe she's onto something here.
Well, there's no way you can get that back. You need to perhaps just keep that ball into the centre to the body, off the wide of the forehand. Just gone long. The vertical bat from Gu, unable to keep it in. 2 points away from the gold medal, Zhang. So,
one.
There we go. 4 gold medal points for Zhang Bian.
And that does it. 11-6. 11-6. 11-6. Well, plenty of people are superstitious about 666. It hasn't worked out too favourably for Gu Gai. She was well beaten. Straight games.
Yep. Well, 8's the lucky number if you're Chinese, and it's not featured really in this match, but didn't need the luck really. Zhang Bian was bossing that game from start to finish, and Gu never really had the answer. So, the London gold medalist retains the medal, and at last, a little bit of emotion from Zhang, a little fist bump, and she will, I'm sure, be absolutely delighted to take a second medal for Gu. Well, unfortunately for her, it's yet another silver.
You know, it's often the case that the last match of a tournament, or in whatever sport, it's not always the best. You might get it in a semi-final, you might get it in a round match, and this was surprisingly a non-contest if we're truthful. 11-6, 11-6, 11-6, and all over in just over 20 minutes. But that can happen, and all credit to Zhang Bian for playing as well as she did. Too good for Gu Gai on this occasion.
And as you might say, if you are being critical of the match, they'll just say, look at the scorebook, I've got the gold, and it was 3-0. And she played some great shots as well. Gu just unable to keep up with the accuracy, the relentless amount of shots from Zhang. And although it may not have been a huge spectacle that we had hoped for the crowds, it was an efficient demolition from Zhang Bian.
As we're in timeout, tied at 3-3 in the third game. Right now, Jumi Kama from Korea, 2-0 advantage over England Lubeck. So Lubeck needs to win this game to extend it to a fourth game.
Estamos acompanhando, portanto, a decisão do bronze.
Quero convidar todos os brasileiros a venham todos. O possível dos nossos atletas brasileiros são 287 atletas brasileiros.
Galera, a gente precisa de vocês, é com o seu grito, com a sua boa vibração, com a sua torcida que a gente vai mais pra frente.
Mostrar com cachorro, papagaio.
A gente vai correr mais rápido, nadar mais rápido, fazer mais gols.
Todo mundo, familiares, primos, parentes, compareçam e venham torcer para o nosso basquetebol e cadeira de roda.
No goalball também.
23 modalidades, consequentemente a gente não vai fazer feio, não vai decepcionar.
Tem uma performance incrível.
Para o nosso país, para todas as modalidades, venham torcer, que nós todos somos Brasil.
A gente não tá sozinho, estamos com vocês.
Vai emocionar muita gente.
Todos somos Rio 2016.
Todos somos nós. Valeu.
Beijão, valeu, galera.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the table tennis women's singles class 3.
Senhoras e senhores, a cerimônia de premiação do
Medals, presenters, athletes are on their way for the next medal presentation. Class 3 women's gold medal match.
Please welcome the medalists.
Por favor, deem as boas-vindas às medalhistas.
This is the Class 3 women's singles. These are the three that we
The medals will be presented by a member of the Paralympic
fought their way through to get the medals. Hans Lindström, holder of the Paralympic order, so he will be given the medals, and one of the Rio 2016 directors, very happy by the looks of it to be giving out the gifts as well.
bronze medalist representing Sweden,
Medalha de bronze, representando a Suécia.
Anna Karin Almqvist.
World number 1, Anna Karin Almqvist. Looks quite emotional as she moves up onto the podium.
Tears already.
Yeah.
Well, she had the gold in London, silver in the team as well, and now she has a bronze, so she's all smiles. They all keep thinking, I think it has the rattle in it, doesn't it? That's right, for the blind athletes in particular. I think it's a lovely touch as well, and a lovely embrace and a word of encouragement. Bronze medal for Anna-Karin Almqvist.
Silver medalist representing People's Republic of China.
Medalha de prata, representando a República Popular da China.
Li Qian.
Li Qian, number 2 in the world, from Nanjing.
She just wasn't able to keep pace with Shui Zhuan in that all-Chinese encounter. Had the gold in Beijing, and she has a silver here to go along with her collection. China's Li Qian takes the silver.
Gold medalist and Paralympic champion representing the People's Republic of China.
Medalha de ouro e campeã paralímpica, representando a República Popular da China.
Shui defeating Li for just the second occasion out of 10 meetings. Chose a good time to get that second victory.
She played so well, didn't she? Always seemed to be in control. First Paralympics for the 26-year-old. World ranked number 3. It's the gold-haired mascot as well. China with the gold. It's Shui Zhuan, the woman from Beijing, on the top step of the podium.
Ladies and gentlemen, the anthem of the People's Republic of China.
Senhoras e senhores, o hino da República Popular da China.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Paralympic medalist.
And that is how it has finished. A bronze for the woman who had gold in London, Anna-Karin Almqvist. Li Qian of China with the silver, and a compatriot, Shui Zhuan, takes the gold. Here we are then, Class 10.
From Poland,
The gold medal match.
Hodnowski.
Patrick Hodnowski from Poland has been very impressive coming through, the world ranked #1. And this is Gi Yang of China. And although he's a little smaller in stature, he's a very good player. It is the man who won the gold in London in Hodnowski and the man who won the gold in Beijing in Gi Yang. And it is a repeat of the final from London, with Gi winning the silver in London. So can he overcome the man who bested him there? Giving away a lot of height, a lot of reach. This is Class 10, and actually there was a Class 11 for those with the intellectual impairment, but in terms of physical impairments, this is the class for the athletes who have the least impairment in terms of how they can play their table tennis. And so expect a lot of action around the table and some excellent play from these two.
So expect a lot of mobility from Gi Yang. The man will have the reach of Hodnowski, who's 26, Gi Yang 30, from Baoding in Hebei province. Hodnowski from the seaport town of Gdansk in Poland. Just towers over the table, doesn't he? He's up around 2 meters. He's got a good wingspan. You know, in China, we talk about the great number of table tennis players they have. 13 cities in China with more than 10 million people in them. Just over 11 million in Baoding, where Gi is from. It's interesting that Hodnowski has taken to table tennis. A man of his height, when the racket's in his hand, it's only just reaching down to table height. He has to crouch just a little, such as his height.
I have been trying to ascertain his height, but short of going out there with a tape measure, it hasn't happened so far. Suffice to say, probably the tallest we've seen in the competition. And good for reach, but like you say, gotta crouch down. Very powerful, a very good route to the final as well. World ranked #1, the man who began playing table tennis back in '99. He's only 26 now. And Gi Yang had a bit of a struggle against his compatriot Lian Hao in the semi-final. Came through in 5. Gold in Beijing, silver in London, the bronze in Athens. He has the set. I'm sure, though, he'd like a couple of golds within that set. Gi Yang, the one of the torchbearers for the 2010 Asian Games as well, in Guangzhou. Two World Championship golds, the current Asian Games champion as well. Lost his limb in an accident when he was just 5, so always played table tennis with that balance that is natural to him. Hodnowski actually he lives in Gdansk, born in Sweden. Likes playing, funnily enough, giving his height, likes playing basketball. Attended the sports academy in Gdansk. Also a world champion, both team and singles. So 2 players who know the way to the top step of the podium.
Jeffrey Wong and Ravi Matos are our umpires. set to go.
Lovely forehand from the Chinese athlete. Really got into position.
Jio, there's the call from Chinese supporters.
And I think a few Brazilians behind them getting involved as well. They've been adopted.
If you're not familiar with the expression of the Chinese cheer at sports events, the Jio just means pour more oil, more fire, more heat. You hear it at almost any sporting event.
Nice from Chojnowski, watching it go long. Very intense young man. Just 4 years younger than Guy, who has turned 30.
He looked to be all over that and pushed it long.
Oh yes, oh yes. Well, if he could play that point over and over again, he would do. Perfect. Now we've seen a lot during the tournament. Umpires getting a little bit upset about athletes not showing the ball with the palm of their hand. Now, obviously, Guy can't. What he does, he has the ball underneath the bat and throws it up. There's a fairly similar serve all the time, so there's no real advantage gained, and he won't be pulled up on it. And obviously, in his situation, it's the best way he can execute the serve. But it's not going his way in his first game, 8-3 down.
Chojnowski hasn't lost a point on serve so far.
He's got a bounce, literally a bounce in his step at the moment.
He's won the last 7 points.
That may have something to do with it. Let's have a look at how he serves this. And it works for him very nicely. It's the deficit down to 5. Oh,
Both putting a wicked amount of action on the ball. And game points aplenty for Chojnowski.
excellent point. Shame for Guy. Under pressure now. Got the forehand. Perfect there. Has to get round, give himself some space.
So there is first point dropped on serve for Chojnowski.
And he wraps up the first game in convincing style, storming forehand. 11-5, just 5 minutes to go ahead in this gold medal match. Work to do then for Gi Yang of China. Hojnowski of Poland looked very powerful, the world number one. There's 5 ranking places between them. He 6th in the world. Both these gold medalists here in the Paralympic Games in the last 2 editions. Hojnowski last time out. Elect. Not happy with himself, is he? Hit the net. Felt he should have at least got that onto the table.
So Hojnowski, after being so good on serve in the first game, drops a couple at the start of the second. It's so odd how just the start of a new game brings a new complexion to a match.
Yeah, the momentum can always shift. Good forehand though.
Restart the point. Too short with the reply. Hojnowski, and Guy quickly onto it.
Oh, didn't get that at all right. And flying to the boards.
Again, trying to come up behind the back of the ball. You can either miss it altogether, hit the leading edge of the racket.
It's all done at such speed to hit a top spin. You've got to be right on top of it. And he did it there though. 2 really good forehands. Bit of a fight back from Gi Yang. Backhand not functioning quite so well. A lot of spin on that shot from Hojnowski. Often from the stand, you don't really appreciate just the revolutions on the table tennis ball, and unless you get it right on the return, no chance of landing it. Too much power. He really giving Hojnowski the run around.
Hojnowski forced way back from the table.
Sometimes there is the odd player who likes to play the defensive game and will voluntarily drop back and keep knocking the ball back, but these guys both attackers by nature.
.12 points in the game, so the little towel break doesn't last long. I like to get on with it, both of them. It's a match being played at good pace. Gee, by a couple. Lost the first 11-5.
Too good from Patryk Hanowski. Playing international for Poland now for, what, 5 years. Trying to play the cross table shot straight into the net. This is better from Guy, who's edging towards his second game. It's wide. Wide idea. I don't think Hanowski would have been able to get it back, but you've got to hit the edge. Still has the serve though. And that's a good serve as well.
Just died on Hanowski. Couldn't get that to ball.
From necessity, he has a very distinctive serve, and he looks to get as much spin on that as he possibly can. But the Pole has 2 serves of his own here. Just missing the table again.
Well, the top of the net not favouring Guy. And Hanowski really needs to take both points of these 2 serves. He's got the first. Not the second though. Hanowski pushes it long. And game points for Guy.
Chinese coach still clapping. Not much else he can do, really. Not allowed to offer any advice. Not until he's in the corner. Might be very soon. And the net call didn't help the Polish athlete's cause, and he finds himself pegged back again. Guy Yang takes the second game. They're 1 apiece here. So then, all square. It was a 5-minute demolition for the Pole in the first game, but he's been pegged back. Took slightly longer for Guy. And who will take the momentum into this really crucial, of course, third game? Fabulous. Really quick hands from Guy. Flick the backhand. Lots of topspin. Too quick for the Polish athlete.
Coming into this day of Paralympic competition, Poland with just the 1 gold medal.
This would help.
Yeah. Hojnowski with a chance to double that tally.
We've had a lot of athletes at the table tennis, but not a huge amount in the finals, I think it's fair to say. But this is excellent opportunity to hear the Polish national anthem.
Blows himself a raspberry. Yeah, 6 silver, 3 bronze. So they got 10 medals, just the 1 gold.
Oh, what about that? Had to lean around, make some space for the forehand, and I don't think you can place it much better than that. They must have sore hands, the coaches, by the end of the day, mustn't they? They're still clapping. 3 apiece, 1 game apiece. Just try to block it back over. Had the angle wrong.
Hojnowski just telegraphed really his second shot of the rally. Well anticipated by Guy. He was all over it. 4-3.
Very strong from Guy. That first defensive backhand from Hojnowski was almost miraculous. Really instinctive. He couldn't do it at the second time. And he's a couple of points behind in this 3rd game. And the Chinese has the serve. Well, the momentum's really changed and switched in this match. 11-5. The Pole took the first game.
Well, the sting's gone out of Hojnowski's serve. He's lost 4 points on his own serve in this game. He only lost 1 in the opening game, which he took 11-5. So Guy is getting used to Hojnowski's style of play again. They met each other before, but
(6-3) then to the Chinese athlete, and every second being taken by the Polish coach.
Hojnowski 4 wins to 2 against Guy Yang. 7th meeting now. Guy Yang just waiting for a little bit of the noise to die down.
Oh, just excellent point. And there was only so much bend in Guy as he tried to keep making space for the forehand. That should have pounced the inevitable and tried the backhand from there. Back to just 2 behind. He's on par. 6 apiece. Very tight, this one.
Just get the feeling Hojnowski stepped up the intensity, is putting a bit more venom early in the rallies on his own serve, trying to get back to that dominant aspect of his game. And that one landing right in the corner. Nothing that Gi Yang can do about that. And he's riding a little wave of momentum here. Manovsky to take him back to the lead. He's won the last 4 points.
And he has another point. Six. He's come back, and a handful of points has gone his way, and another one.
Like that's 6 in a row for Hojnowski.
It's a very good timeout from the Polish coach, because he looked second best up to then, and now a new lease of life and 2 points away from taking a 2-1 lead in this gold medal match. Oh, just took the net and went long. Wasn't a bad effort from Hojnowski.
Hojnowski's got to be sure he doesn't just throw the momentum back across the net with that loss of point. He hasn't, and he's got game points now.
Scored to the first one. Slightly wild backhand, he knows it as well. (10-8), still 2 game points to make it 2-1 for the Polish athlete. And he's done it. And served the weapon in that particular instance. And it's a very good timeout call by the coach, because he was in all sorts of bother before that. And then that massive run of points straight afterwards, and he was able to hang on and take the game. He leads by 2 games to 1. So the momentum with the Pole, Patryk Hojnowski, the 26-year-old from Gdansk, a man who likes playing basketball when he's not involved in gold medals. Had the gold in the Paralympics at London, and has the advantage here.
You know, really, once you're on the retreat that far back from the table, there's no way back. 9 times out of 10.
Didn't read that at all, and that's why Hojnowski was so delighted. When you force the false shot, so to speak, it's a very satisfying thing indeed. Good energy from Guy. Happy to take on Hojnowski, go toe-to-toe with him. Oh my word. Look at the strength of that forehand. Hojnowski just about got a bat on it, but not much else. Wasn't going anywhere near his opponent's half of the table, that's for sure. Such power. Well, the Chinese athlete making headway in this fourth game. Saw that though, of course, in the third game, and then like a steam train, Hojnowski came barreling through.
Total match points, 33 to 28. Hojnowski.
Such a quick forehand, quick hands, great rotation from Guiyang.
Hojnowski, for a big man, he moves so well. It really hasn't been about his reach this match. It's his reflexes and movement.
Back on level terms. And he avoid taking it to a fifth. Oh, hello. There's going to be a yellow card issued somewhere. The coach, I think it's the Chinese coach, been told to be quiet. That's where the yellow's been. And if he gets another one, it'll be sent away to the stands or somewhere away from the corner.
Sent to Coventry, as we say.
That's not that far. But no, they're not allowed to offer any coaching advice. They can offer encouragement, just general. Yeah, a lot of clapping, of course.
All right, Guiyang back out to a 2-point lead, getting towards the sharp end of this fourth game.
Oh, yes. Well, I've seen some pretty quick hands and some excellent forehands from Guy, but how about this from Hojnowski? Bang.
He's got long levers. When he does get a chance to swing at it, it stays hit.
Yeah. It was a lovely backhand from Hojnowski, but okay, just showing that he has enough speed as well. May not be quite as rangy as his opponent. Nice, really crisp. Very disappointed that the serve was treated with such disdain, Will Guy, but excellent from Hojnowski.
Wants to finish this in 4. Got to get aggressive on the Guy serve. Not like that.
Oh, here comes the yellow card. Didn't see it, but off camera, he was reaching for his pocket, the umpire. Didn't like the way that he slapped the ball away in frustration. It's understandable. You do get frustrated in these moments. He won't be getting frustrated at that. He's hanging in here. Very nip and tuck. Oh, not that time. Some great backhand defending from Hojnowski.
He had the right attitude. He tried to get back to the table. The good deep return forced the error.
His forehands have been full of spice, haven't they, Guy? And he has 2 game points now to take it to the 5th and deciding game. And there you go. Well, it's going to be a tight one. Hold on to your hats.
It's going to a 5th for the Class 10 gold medal.
Końcówka, że zabrał dobrze, że wątpię, kiedy dochodziłeś do bloku. Ten blok powinien być w stole. Pomyliłeś się, byłeś troszeczkę nie w tempo. Natomiast istotne jest, żebyś
它比较慢，比较轻，你现在有意识往前靠一点就好。线路也比较清楚啊，就是中路和正路位啊，注意点连续啊，再跑一跑，跑起来啊！
Here we go then. Hold on to your hats. The last and deciding game in this gold medal match. The last match of this session.
Quick, high-quality start to it. Hojnowski going to try and dominate the table, make some noise. Guy, on the other hand, is not very vocal. And he's all skill and speed.
His range is a bit out at the moment. Hojnowski. This is going to be a tense affair. Who has the mental strength as well as the physical ability? Oh, that's an excellent forehand.
Well,
Really,
it was deep from Hojnowski, but not at great pace, and back it came from Guy. Deeper again.
just turned him inside out, didn't it?
Well, Hojnowski only dished it back. It was a straight-out error from Guy. I ran a bit of work on the ball.
Took the net and disappeared off past the edge of the table. 3 apiece, 2 games apiece. You'd hate to predict this one. Lovely. Well, they're all pulling out the shots now. He makes a statement with a forehand. Back comes Hojnowski with an excellent cross-table shot. great quality. Oh, and it's Guy again, 3 crashing forehands. He's not interested in the backhand at the moment. He's going to get around if he possibly can and play it on the forehand.
Wojnowski tries to trap him on the backhand, at least with the serve, but it's hard to keep Guy there. Oh, big mistake on a service return from Wojnowski. Doesn't even get into the rally. And Guy edges a little closer.
Past the half-hour mark for this game. And still we go. This time it's Wojnowski who wins the war by proxy from a different postcode almost. Five apiece. Furious with himself. Flicks it long.
Yeah, it's all about risk and reward late in the game, and he went for plenty early. Wojnowski got nothing. That time.
Yeah, real wristy forehand. Just too quick for it, Guy. Not much you could do about that.
I think you're right. Both words, risky and risky. But, you know, a low percentage shot, high value return, 6-all.
A lot of topspin on that from Guy. And it means he edges ahead just in this enthralling match. Not many people have disappeared. You're missing out if you've already headed out into the warm Brazilian day.
Point for point, shot for shot. 2 games all, 7-all. Gold medal not far away, but for whom?
Oh, what a shot that was.
He took his time with the counterpunch, didn't he? He's waiting for the right ball to hit at.
And I tell you what, we've seen a lot of these shots from away from the table. That's the best one so far in that match. Really cracked it, got down. A lot of topspin to get it back onto the table, and it was good enough to bring the timeout from the Chinese.
8-7 Wojnowski. Wojnowski, so mind you, has won 4 of the 6 encounters with his rival today, Guy Yang.
Well, it's too tight to call. Just sit back and enjoy.
Well, this is the glorious unpredictability of sport. It's why we love it. You don't know what's going to happen in the next couple of minutes. Who's it going to be?
Well, we'll know soon enough. And within about 40 minutes, they'll be on the podium. But which step of that podium will they be on? Just a bit tucked up there as he retreats afterwards.
I think Wojnowski can't believe that Guy got that back with such pace.
Well, he would have fancied a 9-7 lead and to have closed it out from there, but it's still very, very tight. And the Chinese athlete has the serve.
He's only dropped 2 points on serve in this 5th game. Doesn't drop one there.
Now, closer we get to that magical 11-point mark, the more important these, well, all points are important, but you know what I mean, the more crucial in the stage of this game they become. Oh, dearie me, a miss completely, and all of a sudden there are 2 gold medal points for Gi Yang of China.
Chinese coach. Oh, a little bit fortunate. Wojnowski went very deep and caught the back corner of the table to stay in it.
And he has the serve as well. Still gold medal points. Bit of work to do for Wojnowski. And he's done it. Another great backhand. Goodness me.
He saved a couple and gets himself to 10-all.
But the first of the serves, and they do alternate now, is with Gi Yang. Oh, yes.
Oh, how about that one down the line from Wojnowski?
Well, no more timeouts, and the momentum definitely with Wojnowski, who is skipping around this table. Gold medal match for him. Gold medal points. Oh, it's long. Hands outstretched, willing it back down. Didn't happen. 3 match points in this match. 2 to Guy, 1 to Wojnowski. Neither athlete able to convert. And it's a great match, this one. And that is too strong for the Polish athlete.
Didn't do enough with the return. Match point, Guy.
Serve with Wojnowski. So it's in his hands, really. Oh, yes. He's had some brave shots on the match point. The gold medal point has been against him.
It's 3 saved.
Now the crowd get going. Oh, brilliant. Utterly brilliant.
Wojnowski was nearly on his haunches.
He got lower and lower and lower. There he goes. He's still got back up again, should he have needed to, but it went long. Oh, my word. What a match this is turning out to be.
Oh, glad it went to this 5th game. It's a thriller.
Second gold medal point for Wojnowski. We've had 5 in this match so far already. 13-12. Oh, yes, excellent. Got around the table for the forehand. And the Chinese coach, amongst others, is up and out of his seat.
Yeah, Wojnowski guessed wrong. He went across court.
Oh no, it's gone long. You can't quite believe it. The Chinese fans dare to believe.
The Jio call goes up once more, maybe for the final time. It's match point for China.
Wojnowski, once again, the way it's rotating with the serve. No, it's gone long. Sat up for him.
This is the game without end.
Saved the 4th game point against him. Well, if and when this game comes to an end and somebody has to accept silver, it'll be a bitter pill to swallow. Oh, and missed it completely. Can't quite believe it. 5th gold medal point for Guy. 7 so far in this match in total. And it's gone long, and he's done it.
He's got a card for that, for stepping on the table, but he also gets a gold medal for winning it. It's glee for Guy.
What a match that was. You have to feel for Patryk Chojnowski, who played some fabulous table tennis, but Guy outlasted him. Oh,
well, the last game was worthy of a whole final. 16-14 to Guy. Both men staved off match points, and Guy stayed cool, stayed in it.
48 minutes, that match. I think that's what, possibly the longest we've witnessed on this court, and here he goes. He's off to see whoever he can find in the stands, and this is how it finished. For once, his choice of shot let Chojnowski down, and not for the first time today. Somebody's on top of the table.
Yes. He'll be on top of the podium in a while.
No, he's got nothing. I'm sure the coach would say nothing to be disappointed about. He played some great table tennis. He won the gold in London, couldn't add to his haul, but Guy Yang adds to the gold he got in Beijing. He can call himself now a double gold medalist here at the Paralympic Games. So the medal ceremony in the table tennis for the women's class 5 singles. And it's a category and a podium dominated by Southeast Asia. Rob Fisher, recipient of the Paralympic Order, proud to present the medals. Petra Sorling, Vice President of the IWTF. She'll be presenting the gifts.
And one of the stranger gold medal matches that you might see. Zhang, too good, 11-6, 11-6, 11-6, and Gugai never got going.
In the bronze medal match, it was Jung Young Ah, the 37-year-old from the Republic of Korea, who beat Ingela Lundbäck 3-1. Lundbäck had a lot of support there and started brightly, but it was the woman from Seoul who seems to deal in a lot of bronzes. A team bronze in London, singles bronze at the World Championship last time out. She has a place on the podium here in Rio as well. Bronze then for Jung Young Ah of the Republic of Korea.
Gives Tom a wave. Well, Gugai has won some gold over the years in team competition, London, Beijing and Athens. And a couple of silver medals in singles at London and Beijing as well.
Yeah, a bit like Jung has a handful of bronzes. She has silvers at the last 3 Paralympics now, if you include Rio. London and Beijing as well. 3 team golds, which eases the pain a little bit. She plays some lovely table tennis. Better table tennis than the 3-0 scoreline might suggest, but it is silver for Gugai.
Zhang Bian was in control of this final from the first point, really. Only allowing her opponent 18 points while she scored the required 33. So gold it is for Zhang Bian from Jiangsu, in the eastern central province of China. And the golden-haired mascot Tom.
Well, she had gold in London, she has gold in Rio. Zhang Bian for China.
Ladies and gentlemen, the anthem of the People's Republic of China.
Senhoras e senhores, o hino da República Popular da China.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Paralympic medalists.
Senhoras e senhores,
So that's how it's finished for the Class 5 women's singles. Bronze for Jung Young Ah of the Republic of Korea. Gu Gai of China takes the silver, and a second consecutive gold for Zhang Bian of China. our last medal ceremony of this session, and it is class 10 in the men's singles. And what a spectacle it was. A 5-game thriller that took 48 minutes. Bob Fisher is back to present the medals to the athletes, and our official from the IWTF, Petra Sorlin.
I don't think we'll see a better final. 16-14 in the 5th, and there was no telling who was going to win it.
Well, what were there? 7 gold medal points, 2 for Honorski, 5 for Guy, eventually getting over the line. Christian Gardos didn't have the same kind of dramas. 20 minutes to get past Lian Hiao of China in 3 games. Table tennis family. Little brother Roberto has played the European Championships. His parents are table tennis coaches. Influence, he said, is his dad, Peter. Man who likes sledging, speaks 4 languages, has a very, very full life by the sounds of it, and it's just been enriched by his first Paralympic medal. It is bronze for Austria and Christian Gardos. He had a fairly easy day at the office. These two will be feeling a bit achy tonight. I'm not surprised.
Well, they went game for game. 11-5 to Hoinovsky and 11-8 to Guy. 11-8 to Hoinovsky, 11-8 to Guy. And so they went to the last. And the towering figure of Hoinovsky on this occasion has to bow to Guy Yang.
Yeah, a gold in London, but it wasn't to be here. He has a silver to add to his collection. Patrick Hoinovsky with the silver for Poland. Well, he came off second best in the match between these two in the final in London, but the man who won gold in Beijing triumphed, and it was a triumph. It was a really great match to take the gold here.
Well, he just persevered, didn't he? It's not the size of the dog in the fight, the size of the fight in the dog, we say. And he just hung in there.
Gold then for China and Guy Yang.
Ladies and gentlemen, the anthem of the People's Republic of China.
Senhoras e senhores, o hino da República Popular da China.
Well, the Chinese and their adopted friends behind them cheering. Another excellent performance by China. It's finished with the bronze for Austria's Christian Gardos. Poland's Patrick Hoinovsky takes the silver, and a hard-fought and emotional gold for Guy Yang of China.
Well, it's been a very productive day for China at the table tennis, with some gold medals coming their way. Also for Belgium, high-quality matches throughout, and so much more to look forward to. I hope you can join us again. We enjoy the Paralympics of 2016 in Rio.